Ladies and gentlemen, present authorities, good morning. In a few moments, we will be starting the opening session of Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Higher Education Institutions in Latin America. We ask the mobile phones be turned off or silenced. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, present authorities, good morning. University of São Paulo is honored to welcome to this event. To compose the opening panel, we would like to invite the following authorities to the stage. Professor Carlos Gilberto Carlotti Júnior, magnífico reitor da Universidade de São Paulo. Ms. Zeina Latif, secretária de Desenvolvimento Econômico do Estado de São Paulo. Professor Ronaldo Aloysio Pili, Vice President of Board of FAPESP. Professor Paulo Alberto Nussensweig, Provost of Research and Innovation of USP. Mr. Nicolás Vergara, Santander Universidades Brasil Representative. Mr. Rafael Trapasso, Head, Entrepreneurship, Education and Skills Unit, OECD. And Professor Luiz Henrique Catalani, Coordinator of AUSPIN. Opening the event, we will hear the welcome words of Professor Paulo Alberto Nussensweig, Provost of Research and Innovation at USP.
Good morning. It is a great honor for the University of São Paulo to receive this event. I would like to give the good morning to the people at the opening panel, to, of course, our President, Professor Carlos Gilberto Carlotti Jr., to the Secretary, Dr. Zeina Latif, to Professor Aloysio Pili from FAPESP, to Nicolás Vergara from Santander, Rafael Trapasso from OECD, and to Luiz Henrique Catalani from our Agência USP de Cooperação, de Inovação. It's, as I said, a great honor to host this event for the launch of this report on innovation and entrepreneurship in higher education institutions in Latin America. I should mention the work of Professor Catalani's predecessor, Professor Marcos Martins, in helping organize this. And I have to say it has been a pleasure for the past few months to engage in online meetings with Maria Sobron. And it's always been very pleasant and very enriching. I will not take too long. I just want to mention that, as you all know, I arranged for this morning's announcement of the Nobel Prize in Physics to be in my specialty, quantum entanglement. And I would like to say that it's an example of how universities are so important in this process of innovation. So these three scientists made seminal experiments in 1972, 1982, 1998, culminating with experiments in 2015, to answer the question whether, whether when we investigate nature, if our role as experimenters is determinant, or that whether we can reveal properties of nature, being careful not to influence the results, and whether interactions are, happen at a distance or, they are local. Turns out that these two fundamental aspects, which would be the basis for any meaningful science, when we bring them together, nature says no. And these gentlemen made experiments to show that the answer of nature is that they cannot be combined. Nowadays, we have a huge industry of quantum information technologies, a race to build practical quantum computers, to build secure quantum communications networks, to build highly sensitive sensors for all sorts of applications. So this marriage between basic knowledge and our creativity to use it in meaningful ways to help society is the basis of innovation, and that's why universities have to be a part of it. So with that, I welcome you all, and I thank you for your attention.
We hear now the opening statement of Mr. Rafael Trapasso, Head Entrepreneurship, Education and Skills Unit, OECD.
Bom dia. This is unfortunately one of the few words that I know in Portuguese. It's a great pleasure to be with us, with you today for us at the OECD. This report was done in a moment in which we were enduring a very peculiar situation. We couldn't shake hands, we couldn't see the professors representing the USP. So we are very happy today to be here with you. This report, you will see, is about a very nice word, a word that will change the world, that is entrepreneurship, and is about the way in which entrepreneurship can help higher education institutions, universities like these, to be even more resilient, even more impactful, and even more innovative, to generate change in society and the economy that is very much needed for the challenges that we saw the pandemic are often brought about by uncertainty and by new situations. So thank you for being with us. I don't want to take too much time for this welcoming session, and I will listen and learn a lot today by interacting with you. Thank you very much.
We will hear the statement of Mr. Nicolas Vergara, Santander Universidade's Brazil representative.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, on behalf of Banco Santander, I'd like to greet Mr. Carlotti, through whom I thank all the other members of the panel. I'd like also to welcome Ms. Maria Sobron, through whom I thank all the OECD representatives and other authorities present here today. Well, I'm glad to be here today representing Santander Bank and the Santander University's segment at this important event that focuses on the entrepreneurship's development in Latin America. As many of you may know, and I hope you know, if you don't, I will tell a little bit, through Santander Universities, we built several scholarships and financial support programs based on three fundamental pillars: education, employability, and entrepreneurship. We're very proud of being recognized as the company most invested in education in the world, with more than 2 billion euros invested in academic initiatives and over 700,000 scholarships and grants provided in the last 25 years. So it's a huge program that you develop in all the countries the bank is present. We are talking about more than 1,000 agreements with universities and institutions over 22 countries. One of these higher education institutions is University of São Paulo, that you have the pleasure of being here today. We believe that supporting both higher education and entrepreneurship practices is one of the most efficient ways to stimulate the development of a society and achieve our mission as a bank of helping people and businesses prosper. We have been doing it in many ways, either serving our entrepreneur customers with financial products or through Santander X. If you don't know, you can enter later on to check, which is a platform where we concentrate scholarships, awards, challenges, and other programs focused on the entrepreneurship, joining students, entrepreneurs, SMEs, and institutions in a global ecosystem. Another good example of what we have been done as a bank is Prospera. Prospera is a microcredit program, which is the biggest private microcredit program in Brazil. It's an initiative that has supported around 2.5 million people and micro-entrepreneurs or small businesses with more than 2 billion reais in credit this year in Brazil. So these are some of the initiatives that Santander have to promote the entrepreneurship, and in this sense, it will be natural for us to be part of such an important collaboration with OECD, as well as the IADB, and with the participation of great institutions and universities such as USP. So I really hope the results of this work can help to improve even more the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Brazil and in the other countries. And I'm sure the cases and discussions that we are going to see here today will be very helpful, and I hope it can bring many positive results for the next steps and future studies, not only here at the USP community, but in all of the communities and all of the universities that have access to these studies. So thank you all for the attention.
Now, you hear the statement of Ronaldo Luiz Pili, Vice President of the Board of FAPESP.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to greet all the participants of this meeting, especially Dr. Zeina Latif, our Secretary of Economic Development of the State of São Paulo, Professor Carlos Carlotti, Rector of the University of São Paulo, and all the other members of this panel. As you know, FAPESP is a funding agent in the State of São Paulo, which is supported by money from our taxpayers. And annually, we receive like 20,000 applications, proposals, and we granted about 1/3 of them. Among these, we have several innovative programs that are aimed to foster entrepreneurship and startups in our state. Annually, we spend like 100 million reais in innovation programs, and that means that about 1,600 research proposals aimed to develop new technologies, innovative technologies are underway. One of these programs which we are very proud of is the program for a small business, which we call the PIPI program. So we offer grants for small business and startups to initiate their entrepreneurship on innovative programs. And these programs has two phases, basically. Phase one is meant to prepare the business program, the business plan, and to do the first prospects in the topic they aim to develop. And for that, they are allowed to ask at least up to 300,000 reais, and this will take about 1 year to develop the business plan and the first initiatives, the first research experiments. When they succeed in phase one, they go to phase two, and there they can ask about 1 million, 1.5 million reais, and that will take about 2 or 3 years for development. And lastly, if they succeed and they have some investors that are interested to put money in their ideas, FAPESP can also help in the third stage, which is called PP Invest, where we try to help the small business and investors to get together and to develop this into a more meaningful results. Last year, we also signed an agreement with SEBRAE, which is the agency in Sao Paulo, which is about 150 million reais, also to train and to prepare these small business, these small companies to get into the market. So we are deeply concerned with putting more money on innovation and entrepreneurship. FAPESP is a science and innovation agency, and we will be able to collaborate in this effort to develop entrepreneurship in our state as far as we have good ideas, well-prepared research, and a market that is willing to receive these new innovations. Some of the results, concrete results that came out of this PP program, I could tell you some examples, like the Celco Biotech based in São Carlos City. They developed a process to produce DNA polymerases that are competitive on a scale for commercialization. Another one from São Paulo State is called Crop Biotech, and it developed a platform to express peptides in tomatoes for the treatment of several diseases. Others as examples I could mention here, but I would like to go right through the examples that are related to the COVID crisis. During the COVID crisis, FAPESP had participated in some project that they had financed beforehand, but during the COVID crisis, the results were more on the media and more meaningful. Like the tomography equipment, which is based on impedance, that helped that non-invasive monitoring of lung conditions for patients who were in mechanical ventilation. So that would greatly help to the medical staff to decide what kind of mechanical ventilation the patient should receive. The startup BioLambda, in collaboration with the Albert Einstein Hospital here, created a mobile device which was able to sterilize the environments, getting free from the COVID-19 virus. And in addition to the germicide, it could also inactivate the coronavirus, as I said. Other companies like the Brilliant Biomedica, they developed an extracorporeal membrane for oxygenation of the lungs, also very useful during the crisis for patients which were hospitalized or in the more critical stage of the disease. So FAPESP is very active in foster and to support innovation. And in my opinion, there are some space to increase this as long as we have, as I said, well-prepared researchers, good ideas, and a market demand. And for some reasons, that will be very important to get to know about this report by OECD, because we are now discussing our strategic planning for the future years in FAPESP. And so we have to get to know about evaluations and how we could improve our presence in entrepreneurship and in innovation in our state. So I'm glad I have the opportunity to be here to receive the report and to discuss inside with my colleagues at FAPESP what we can do to participate even more intensively in this effort to develop more competitive enterprises in Brazil. Thanks a lot.
Now we will hear the statement of Professor Carlos Gilberto Carlotti Jr., Rector of University of São Paulo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very pleasure to have this meeting here at the University of São Paulo. And you are chosen a university that is committed with innovation. I would like to welcome Dr. Zeina Latifi, Secretary of Economic Development, Ronaldo Pili, Vice President of FAPESP, Raffaele Trapazzo, an Italian guy that's in the head of Entrepreneurship, Education and Skills Unit of OECD, Mr. Nicolás Vergara, Santander University, Brazil representative, and Luiz Henrique Catalani, coordinator of AUSPIN, the agents of USP Innovation. Well, I'd like to congratulate OECD and Santander for this report. I guess we have to know how innovation is related with Latin America. We know we have problems, but also we have many possibilities to increase innovation in our university, in our state, in our country. I'm very happy that University of São Paulo was chosen to have this event, because this office is very committed with innovation. We created a vice provost of research and innovation. Until then, we have only research in this provost. So Paulo is provost of both, that are very related, research and innovation. And we have at least 6 professors very committed with innovation. Professor Paulo, Professor Raul Gonzalez, Professor Catalani, Professor Zufo, Professor Tito at São Carlos, and Professor Beto. I don't remember Norberto at Ribeirão Preto. So it's a team to work for innovation. And my role in the university is to increase the vision that the innovation is important to university. We have to talk to companies, we have to talk to the society, we have to talk to young guys that would like to have companies, that would like to create new companies to improve innovation in our undergraduate and our graduate system. So I have to provoke, I have to innovate the administration, and I have to put these guys working in the right direction. As Professor Pili said, many of innovation during COVID-19, they were created at the University of São Paulo. Professor Raul Gonzalez and Professor Zufo were involved in the creation of a ventilator, And as Professor Pili said, the tomography, the impedance tomography, Professor Raul Gonzalez participated of this, the creation of this equipment that helped a lot our patient in the ICU. So be welcome at University of São Paulo. University of São Paulo is committed with innovation. We want to improve our relationship with companies, with Santander, with other actors in this field. And welcome. I'm very excited to see this report. Maria, please, I'm waiting for your talk. And welcome at the University of São Paulo. Thank you very much.
We hear now the statement of Ms. Zeina Latif, Secretária de Desenvolvimento Econômico do Estado de São Paulo.
Você conhece o Raul Gonzalez?
Sim, conheço.
So, good morning, everyone. My greetings in the name of Professor Carlotti and to all the panelists. And it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for inviting me. And also, congratulations for this big effort. And it's really good to see OECD and Santander working together. I mean, I think the more we have this cooperation among private sector, public sector, and organizations, the better will be for innovation. Well, let me say a few words about the current picture in Brazil and São Paulo. We can say that we know that this equation for innovating is pretty much complex. It's a difficulty for all countries to translate research and investment in science and technology into innovation. And I could say that for Brazil, probably the challenge is even bigger. We still have a volatile macroeconomic environment that increases the efforts or increases the challenge actually for a private sector to invest. We also have a business environment that is not really friendly for investments, for innovation. So there is a job here to be done, and also in São Paulo in terms of improving the business environment, the regulatory framework, and we are aware of that. This is an important step to bring the private sector for financing innovation. We also have in Brazil, well, Brazil is a very closed economy, so this is one important point that also limits the appetite for innovation in the private sector. So if the environment is not so competitive, you don't have, what we see in the private sector most of the time actually is that innovation is not seen as a strategy for competitiveness. So it's not about only, it's not only putting money in research, in science and technology. It's more than that. It's much more. It's a very complex equation, as I said. What I can say about São Paulo. So São Paulo is a state that, using words from economists, well, São Paulo is a state that built its advantage or comparative advantages by investing in education, in infrastructure, in science and technology. And this is why we have this successful experience here at University of São Paulo and other universities as well. But we are not translating this effort in innovation. The whole picture for Brazil is that Brazil ranks in a favorable position in terms of publishing scientific articles, index scientific articles. But when we take a look at the ranking of innovation, the position is really low, 54. It has improved, but it's 54. So in my opinion, what we need is to have an environment that attracts private sector for financing innovation, and more than that, putting innovation as part of its strategy. So I see several steps here that are important. First, as one of them I already mentioned, is to build an environment that attracts, or a regulatory environment that could attract and produce a sound business environment in the country. Second is to improve the governance, or the way, or the rules, or the rules of the game. I mean, that define how the state invests in science and technology. So reinforcing governance is really important. And another step would be to guarantee that we have good projects to offer to the private sector. And I think that FAPESP could play this role. So we could have FAPESP being an element here that could help to certificate, validate, and monitor innovation projects in order to attract private capital. I think this is especially important because what we see now is that there are resources in the market here and abroad. There is this big interest in especially environmental issues. So I think that the more we have this connection with the private sector, and the more the state is able to promote this sound, this healthy business environment in the country, the more we could have in terms of this investment in research translating into innovation. This is something that is critical for Brazil, and here I need to say that Brazil unfortunately distinguishes even from countries that are comparable in Latin America. When we take a look at productivity gains in Brazil, we're lagging behind. So we are facing this environment of low human capital in Brazil and low productivity gains, and no doubt that part of that is that we are not innovating as much as we need. So again, I understand that this challenge is not only for Brazil, but the picture, or the indicators, what they signal, what they show is that our challenge here is even bigger. And I also need to mention that consider, especially this environment post-pandemic, we have several demands from society. So we see a country that since 2017, poverty is increasing in Brazil and in São Paulo as well. We have this big demand for public health care. We have also a big challenge in order to prepare our students, especially after the COVID, to the new challenges imposed by technology. So social demands are exploding, I would say that. There is no other word to say. And this picture, in my opinion, reinforces the need of this cooperation with the private sector. So it's not all about the government financing innovation. It's not that, although of course, given that risks are high in innovation, we need to see the government supporting innovation, of course, I understand that. But it's not enough to have scale, the scale needed for Brazil. So again, congratulations for this effort, because we need diagnostic of this complex equation. We need information of how Brazil is positioned in all these items that are needed for fostering, for stimulating innovation in Brazil. So, well, what I could say is that we have clarity here in the state of São Paulo about the challenges of the government. So we have clarity on that, and we are working for that. Thank you.
The University of São Paulo would like to thank the attendees for their presence in the opening ceremony, and we invite the authorities to retake their seats in the audience so they can begin with today's presentations. Now, we invite to Maria Sobron Bernal for her presentation. The Universidade de São Paulo, thank you, the audience, and wishes a good day.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm very, very happy to be here. After undertaking this study for the past 2 years in a virtual manner, it's a pleasure to be here at the USP, to finally meet in person Professor Nussensweig, Professor Catalani, Rector Carlotti, to meet also our colleagues from the USCI, the Federal University of Sao Carlos, Rafaela Roca, and Fernanda Parolo, that's watching remotely. I thank also Santander representatives and the IADB for this great study, and I'll try to, we've covered a lot of ground in this study, and I'll try to be as brief and precise as I can. Of course, you'll be also welcome to read the publication more in detail. The presentation is in English. I speak Spanish. My Portuguese is very basic, so apologies for that. Portuñol is the best I could get, so I'd rather go for the English. So it's, as I was saying, it's a collaboration between the OECD, the IADB, and Santander. So I'll be talking a little bit about that. Then, in a nutshell, the findings of the study and the conclusions and the next steps, the conclusions that we got from the study and the next steps that we wish to undertake, and this will be also with my colleague Rafael Trapasso explaining at the end. So this partnership between the three institutions started in 2019, before the pandemic. So we gathered in an event at the OECD. You can see the picture on the right of the slide. And we organized an event gathering universities in Latin America, in Spain, in Portugal, to discuss their entrepreneurial agenda. And we saw that there was a real push for these issues in Latin America as well. We had, at the OECD, analyzed this topic in Europe, and we saw that the push was there in Latin America, so we decided to continue the collaboration and undertake a study. So the event started in 2019 and the review process started in 2020. So we analyzed two fundamental themes, entrepreneurship and knowledge transfer. And today we are launching, the first launch event is here in Sao Paulo, and we will be launching the report also in Bogota this Friday. So we covered 6 countries, Mexico, Colombia, Chile, Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay in this study, because the IADB and Santander had done previous work understanding the ecosystems there, so we had information. We selected a community of 22 universities that were with us at the beginning of the project, and the review covers especially the work of 11 universities. So you will see the list of the 11 universities throughout the region that we selected. We we tried to select a diverse sample of universities, private, public, big public research institutions, smaller business schools, multi-campus. Many of universities are multi-campus, but all had an entrepreneurial drive that was very strong. For instance, obviously the Tecnológico de Monterrey has been doing entrepreneurship courses since the late 70s, ICESI University since the 80s, so very big drive of these universities in the topic of entrepreneurship. The theoretical framework that we used is quite comprehensive. This is it's called the Higher Education Innovate framework that the European Commission and the OECD have developed in 2011, and it's exactly what Secretary Latif was referring to, understand how research can be transformed into science, how universities can drive entrepreneurship, and what do they need to do that. So the framework includes 8 dimensions. It is very comprehensive. It analyzes the entrepreneurial innovative agenda of the universities through their governance arrangements, so how the leadership pushes for innovation and entrepreneurship, what funding incentives that universities are developing to sustain this agenda, and what are the entrepreneurial activities concretely, what education do the universities offer in terms of entrepreneurship to their students and professors. So this is a very comprehensive framework that includes an online self-assessment tool that we presented to the 22 universities in Latin America, and who used the tool to measure a little bit where they stand on their innovative and entrepreneurial agenda. And then we analyzed in this review so entrepreneurship, education, and knowledge transfer. So 2 dimensions of this framework. And we did that by conducting virtual interviews, one-to-one interviews with each of the 11 universities. This was very interesting to conduct interviews with a lot of people from different universities in the region, but again, because it was a virtual process, it also made it quite challenging, and we hoped to be able to travel beforehand, but the pandemic was what it was, and we had to delay our travel until now. So we are also, so this was a little bit the framework in the university. What are we looking in-house? And then we are also studying how the university connects with the ecosystem. And this we really we are based on the studies that the IADB and Santander conducted on ecosystems. So you can see on the right-hand side of the slide the ecosystem of Sao Paulo, of the city, and the role that the different actors play. And you should be able to see, well, we should zoom in, but perhaps the picture is more clear in the report. But it's really about understanding, the sociogram is about understanding the place of the university in their ecosystems based on the relationship it has with different actors in the system. So how the university is supporting, connecting with different partners in the private public sector to support startup development, to support innovation. And again, this is really where we stand, is to understand how actors are collaboration, because innovation takes collaboration. It takes the effort of all actors in the society, not just of universities, not just of the private sector, but of everyone to collaborate. And this is what we are really trying to understand, the openness of the university to the ecosystem. So before I dive into the findings of the review, I'm going to sort of give you the macro context because it's important to understand what are the framework conditions in which universities operate. And this was something that Secretary Latif was already mentioning a little bit. So in Latin America, there's been a decade of low growth, which of course was exacerbated by the pandemic. It dropped in 7% of the GDP. And on top of that, stagnant productivity and low public and private investment in research and development compared to OECD countries. So you will see on the right part of the slide how OECD countries, on average, the gross domestic expenditure on R&D is slightly higher than in the countries studied in Latin America. But on the positive side, we also see that there was a huge opportunity-driven entrepreneurship. That opportunity-driven entrepreneurship has risen in the region. So the number of startups has grown exponentially since 2017. There's also been a huge push over the last decade from the policymakers, so from Startup Chile to Impulsa in Colombia, to the Embrapi, Invest Sao Paulo, FAPESP, all these agencies that are supporting universities in their task to support entrepreneurship and innovation. Yesterday we had an interesting chat with Invest Sao Paulo, and they were telling us about their activities, what they're doing to try to work with SMEs and startups and have their incubation programs and also training programs in cooperation with universities. So we really see a push on the policy side too to sustain this nascent ecosystem in spite of the very challenging landscape. Then, so what we found in entrepreneurship education, and here I pause because we have sort of a comprehensive definition of entrepreneurship education, which encompasses obviously a set of technical skills, so how to create a business, financial literacy, but also globally what we call the entrepreneurial mindset. So it's about fostering a mindset for entrepreneurship, so encouraging people to take risks, to be more creative, to be able to solve problems. And so this is a very comprehensive framework of, let's say, a two-side framework, which we saw that many universities are using. So the selection, of course, as I was saying, we selected entrepreneurial universities, but we were really surprised to see, not surprised, but in a sense positively, encouraged to see that in the mission statement of all the universities we analyzed, there was a mention of innovation and entrepreneurship in the mission statement. So it's really, that also relates to the point on governance. This is now starting to be ingrained in the DNA of universities. So how universities view themselves as entrepreneurial. We saw that there was a large curricular coverage of entrepreneurship. So through bachelor degrees, master's degrees, PhD, there was training, mandatory and elective courses for entrepreneurs. And of course, different extracurricular activities that universities organize with outside partners, such as festivals, workshops, and I know that the USP, for instance, has a contest for science-based startups running regularly. And we also saw that there were different methods to teach entrepreneurship, and the aim was really to empower students. So some universities in Mexico, in Argentina, are, for instance, focusing more on the entrepreneurial mindset, as I was saying, so foster problem solving. One university in Colombia, the ICESI, has developed a very comprehensive entrepreneurship education framework with several points that relate to technical competences, but also a little bit more of soft skills. We've seen that also there were dedicated classes for students. So the University of Sao Carlos, for instance, has a dedicated Masters in Business Innovation, so focusing on teaching MBA students about innovation and entrepreneurship. In both universities have training for PhD students to acquire leadership and soft skills and be more entrepreneurial, connect their research to the market. So that's really something that we saw that is encouraging, and at the level of some universities we studied in Europe, so that we saw that was great. And then the pandemic hit, and we were also pleasantly surprised to see that many universities managed to transition to virtual classes in a successful manner. So the entrepreneurship drive continued virtually, and most universities reported that actually having classes virtually helped them because they had more outreach, they could reach more students, and also help them connect with more international mentors. So in terms of entrepreneurship teaching, that was a good thing. Then we also saw some challenges. So lack of access to seed funding. So venture capital funds, mainly in Colombia and Mexico, have reported are sustaining more established business. So this is a problem that universities face when trying to support startup projects in incubation and acceleration facilities. It's lack of access to venture capital funds. Some universities also have stressed that the need for sustainable funding to maintain incubation and acceleration activities, in the sense that sometimes the funding, either private or public, dries out, and then the infrastructure is left there and there is no continuity. And that is a problem, because if you build an innovation center like the one at the Catholic University of Chile, you have to maintain it, and obviously this is something that needs to be planned ahead, and universities sometimes, not only in Latin America, also in Europe, struggle to really continue the funding for this infrastructure. Then there is a problem of intellectual property management, and this is especially true in public universities, and it's really the case in Europe too. And this point was raised particularly here in Brazil, in the sense that professors that want to have a startup cannot do that because of regulation. They are considered as public employees, and so having another job is complicated, and it's frowned upon by the law. So the universities had to create infra-legal norms to sort of circumvent that. And this has happened also in Spain, where many professors also put their startup, their spin-offs, in the name of their cousin, their aunt, whoever. So this is really a problem. Then going to the second dimension, knowledge transfer, we saw that universities were really adapting the knowledge transfer strategy, so technology transfer, but also social collaboration with different entities, not just companies, but also public entities. So they were adapting this strategy to cater the needs of their local ecosystem, so of their region, their cities. And this was found overall in all the universities that we studied. For instance, the UTEC in Uruguay has campuses all over the country, and the aim is really to bring technological education outside Montevideo. So that's a successful model. The Tecnológico de Monterrey is actually going for urban regeneration and has created a sort of a district that is in the middle of the city of Monterrey, and then it's a co-creation open space, and really wants to be an innovation hub for Monterrey. And same here, we saw that, for instance, the University of Sao Carlos, the campus in Sao Carlos City, is very active in the ecosystem. So through the innovation center that they have, but also the technology parks. So trying to connect really with also the traditional industries here, such as the agriculture, the oil industry, by establishing several partnerships. So that's something really catered to the needs of the businesses here in the state of Sao Paulo. So that was also a good example. As I was saying, so the collaboration is diverse, not only with companies, but also with public entities, with hospitals. The USP is home to the largest health complex in the country, the Hospital das Clínicas. So really a diverse mission. But still, we also noticed that in spite of all the obstacles to startup and spin-off development, that this was one of the preferred methods of transfer, let's say, that universities are really keen in developing their incubators, and all the universities that we interviewed had dedicated spaces for that. We saw that there were also, in some universities, good incentives for professors to carry out knowledge transfer activities. For instance, the Javeriana in Colombia has rewards professors that have patents, develop patents that are commercialized. So there's a bonus for professors that do that. The University of Monterrey, Technological Institute of Monterrey, also has a very good comprehensive framework for professors that carry out extension activities. So they also receive a bonus when they collaborate with companies. There's even a figure of the extension professor. We know that the University of Sao Paulo is developing a new innovation policy, has developed in December last year. So when we wrote the report, professors were telling us about how they plan to incentivize and reward a little bit more staff involved in these activities, but not only staff, but also students. So we look forward to that. We also saw that there were good external intermediaries, because sometimes it's true that the funding dries out, the university cannot do everything, and so in the innovation system, it's good to rely on some intermediaries, such as here in Brazil, the Onovo Lab, that collaborates with the University of Sao Carlos to help them access venture capital, but also provide them with physical infrastructure to push the technology forward and develop it when the university doesn't have the capabilities in-house. So having these intermediaries is very helpful. In Colombia, we saw the case of Connect Bogotá, which is an association of 25 universities, private sector, government, that really gather together to collaborate and see how they can cater better to the needs of the business and help Bogotá develop. So all these initiatives are good, especially when there is an environment of constrained funding. So yeah, that was also the point about university networks that actually also exist in Europe. In some countries like Slovenia, they also created a large consortium of universities to mutualize the offer of technology to the market. Then we have, in some cases, we saw that the public policies were supporting the efforts of the university. So, for instance, in Chile, we saw that the development agency Corfo has a program now focusing on helping higher education institutions adapt their engineering programs to be more entrepreneurial, to include entrepreneurial courses, to include more training through internships for engineers. So this is, the state is helping the two universities that we saw, and it's the first time stakeholders, when we reported it was the first time that such a development agency was supporting the efforts in higher education institutions. So understanding the crucial role that universities play supporting entrepreneurship. So that was a good testimony. Then some challenges that we saw when universities are carrying knowledge transfer activities. And this is something that is a little bit global also, that we saw similar trends in Europe. So of course the timing is different. Companies want to sell products fast. Innovation takes a lot of time. There's a lack of connection. Sometimes the absorption capacity of the market is not enough. Universities design technology that the market is just not ready to implement. The development of intellectual property is costly, so having patent lawyers in universities is costly. There is a burden to establish partnerships. This was also reported here. For business to engage in partnerships with university, it is sometimes burdensome, and so many businesses are discouraged from doing that. So that's a regulatory point to be solved in a way. And impact assessment. So what is the impact of these activities is not developed enough. So we saw that some universities are starting to have key performance indicators such as number of startups, spin-offs, that regularly report that. But it's still a little bit, the indicators, for instance, do not match from university to university. It's something done a little bit in isolation. There is no national framework to evaluate universities' knowledge transfer efforts. And this is something that is also missing in Europe, but some countries are starting to push it forward. This is the case of Italy, the Netherlands. The UK has a very good knowledge transfer framework. But still, as you can see, even in the Times Higher Education rankings, universities are ranked for their teaching, for their education, but knowledge transfer, innovation comes afterwards. So there is something about incentives that needs to change, not only in the region, but internationally. And then to conclude, I'll say a few suggestions on the way forward. So for entrepreneurship education, we thought it was important to continue to support professors who teach entrepreneurship classes via incentives, giving them the time, the infrastructure that they need, and also reward that in the career progression of professors and faculty that engage in that. Then extend entrepreneurship classes to as many students as possible. So again, it's about exposure to the entrepreneurial mindset. It's about teaching students, perhaps in social sciences courses, in law, how to be entrepreneurial, and also continue with more specialized classes. So for instance, the classes to PhD students, to master students, to engineering students that can really help them find concrete applications to their research, and create network of best practices, so communicate amongst universities on useful practices. Then for knowledge transfer, there's this need to clarify the legal framework for intellectual property development, startup management, but also joint research. there's a need to endow knowledge transfer offices with resources, so legal resources, but also administrative resources. This is also a problem worldwide. The TTO cannot, the knowledge transfer offices are often unendowed. They don't have money, they don't have staff to really commercialize technologies, and that is a big problem. So there's a need to address that. And another solution could be really to, again, create collaborative networks of universities to mutualize the offer of science and research they want to push to the market. So this has been done in Slovenia and has worked well. And also create virtual platforms to connect a little bit more the market to the research. And then lastly, as I was saying, there's a need for more evaluation of these activities. And returning a little bit to the macro level, we really think that universities are key to support innovation-driven, the innovation-driven economies in this context whereby global value chains have been interrupted, where there has been low imports for the manufacturing sector. So it's about reorganizing a little bit the productive matrix for it to be more centered in innovation. And we think at the OECD, the IADB, and Santander that universities can really be at the heart of this new innovation-driven economy. And we will continue talking about the next steps at the end of this meeting. We also created an international network now that wants to gather universities with governments and private institutions, and my colleague Raffaele will tell you more about it. But thank you for listening. I hope you managed to get some key insights, and let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
How do you think this is being handled in the other universities in Europe and also in Latin America?
Thank you. So no, just to answer very briefly, this was also a problem. This is also a problem in public universities in Spain. We're seeing this for the startup management, and we've reported this. We analyzed this in another study we had, and this is something that we recommended that the government to change that. Then there is this point, right, that the government needs to change the legal framework to sustain that. So that can be done, but it's also up to the university to implement it and make sure that all professors can do it. So it's a two-way street. But for now, we saw that this was an obstacle, and we recommended that they change, and legislation will change now because Spain is really trying to push in this new recovery plan a very specific point on improving university business collaboration. So that's on the agenda. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the great presentation and very insightful questions and points you raised. I am Renata Lopez. I'm the Deputy Director of the Innovation Agency at the University of Campinas. And I might have missed something, but I don't think you mentioned much about technological parks. Do they play a role in all of this? Can you tell me a bit about what you think about them?
No, yes, of course. I mean, science and technology parks have flourished in all most big universities that we saw. So here in the USP, in the University Federal of San Carlos, also in Mexico, the Tec de Monterrey has several technology parks, and we saw that the advantage was having these parks connected to local industry, such as the agricultural sector. In Mexico, again, there's a different specialization depending on the state. Was really useful to really connect the universities to the companies to the government. So it's a model that worked well here in Latin America, but also in Europe. Yeah.
Maria, thank you for your presentation. I'm Rafaela. I'm co-founder of Sirius Education, and I would like to understand if you saw in that search about talents, the gap of talents, because when you're saying about developing new companies and fostering entrepreneurship, that should be a concern, and how did that play or was looked on the research?
So this is a very interesting point in the sense that we saw that through entrepreneurship education and sort of endowing students with the entrepreneurial mindset would actually help them not only create entrepreneurial ventures, but also be a little bit more ready to go to the market in a way, be more flexible, more adaptable. Especially in this global labor market context where there's a lot of uncertainty, where skills change all the time, where people need lifelong learning, need to readapt, reboost all the time, not only in their studies but afterwards. So this is something that we think entrepreneurship education is in part the solution, not only because vocational education is super necessary. This wasn't, unfortunately, the scope of the report, but yeah, we see that entrepreneurship education is helping in that way.
I wonder if you can comment more on the efforts that other universities and countries have been done on evaluating the impact of the innovation. I can think of commercialized products, patents and other parameters, but certainly there are more points to be considered for evaluating the impact of innovation in the whole system.
Yeah. So the most advanced framework we saw is in the United Kingdom. They're developing a national framework for all the universities that includes, so as you were saying, quantitative indicators, but also qualitative statements. So universities are invited to report in, let's say, 3 paragraphs, a little bit more what they think their contribution to regional economic development is, for instance. And this is something that has been implemented. This is called the Knowledge Transfer Framework. It has been implemented recently, and so it has been shifting a little bit. The government has tailored it for it to fit a broad range of universities, because the universities are doing different things, right? And it's not the same doing knowledge transfer in Manchester than in London, where the ecosystem is completely different. So what they are trying to do is, of course, have these quantitative indicators, but also let the universities express themselves a little bit more through qualitative statements. So this is really something that's been an effort that's going on in the UK. In Italy, we saw a similar effort where the government has started to create also a comprehensive framework. And what it was interesting in that case is that there was a panel of experts going to each universities and sort of evaluating the universities to not rank them, but sort of have an idea of what university is doing what. So it's really starting nationally, and it's very difficult, and that's why I was saying that this is something not only a challenge in Latin America. Yeah.
Hello, Maria. I'm Lilian Carretti.
Oh, sorry.
From Innovation Agents here at USP. Do you have any metrics about the percentage of students that engage in entrepreneurship activities or disciplines in each of the universities that you research?
The percentage of students, that's a very good question. We have more, we don't have that number exactly, but we saw that in some cases there were courses for all students in bachelor's degree, for instance in Argentina, in the University of Siglo XXI. And then we saw that there were more courses in specialized faculties in engineering and business. So it really depended on the university.
And did you see any type of initiative that put students from different colleges, from different knowledge areas, for them to stay together in entrepreneurship disciplines? How did you see that?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. We saw that in, so as I was saying, in the university in Argentina, where there's a certificate for entrepreneurship delivered to students that do social sciences, law, economics, or engineering. We also saw that in the universities in Mexico, where there's a new course on entrepreneurship education open to students of several that do different careers. It's really focused on problem solving. So this is the Anáhuac University. So exposure to entrepreneurship is growing.
So is it written in the report?
It is detailed in the report.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm Marina Caldeira from the Faculdade de Medicina. In your research, or even in OECD, do any of these universities has experience to transfer, really, the transfer of knowledge and intellectual property management to third parties as an association or a company linked to university? You have an idea if any of them adopted this model?
Sorry, could you...
To transfer, instead of University of São Paulo doing the transfer of knowledge and IP management,
yeah,
to transfer this work to a company or an association linked to university.
Yeah, so what we saw in this case was the presence of external intermediaries such as Onovo Lab that partly took care of and I speak, I see Rafael is behind, but this sustain, in part, Onovo Lab takes care of connecting researchers to venture capital, giving infrastructure, so a little bit for the technology to mature. We saw this in Chile also through CEPITEMIN, which is a business association focused on mining. So again, working with the universities, of the Adolfo Ibáñez University, to push the maturity of technology a step forward and connect the researchers to the market. So we saw that in rare occasions in Brazil and Chile, but that exists, and that actually is a useful complement to the university when resources are drying out. So we saw that we take that as a very good model.
Yeah, I know we are late, but I would like to ask, I haven't read the report in full yet. And you mentioned already the difficulties with metrics in order to evaluate innovation in general. I was wondering if there's anything in the report related to social innovation, to the contributions between the associations of government, private sector, and academia in order to generate solutions for social problems, social issues such as inequality, environment protection, things like that, if there's anything in the report. Because we here, as you know, not only we established this policy in the end of last year, which we have the task of revising. We have a very broad definition of innovation in terms of impact in society at all levels. So I wondered whether that is encompassed in the report or not. And if not, then I would like to suggest that for the next steps, we also look into that.
Well, thank you. So we did cover that, but a little bit on the surface. We must admit, we saw that in Colombia there was also a very strong mandate from the Javeriana to push social innovation, that universities in Uruguay, in Argentina are collaborating with NGOs. And this was also more perhaps linked to the role that the university has been occupying since the 70s, a little bit more the social mission, connecting to NGOs and being there to sustain society. We definitely are missing a little bit more about the sustainability dimension and social innovation. We saw that cross-cuttingly, but it's not a focus. But yes, you're absolutely right. We should focus more in detail.
Hi, I'm Juliana from the Law School of University of São Paulo, and thank you for your presentation. I am particularly interested in legal instruments that can unblock innovation. So I would like to hear from your research, did you find such instruments that you can mention here? Could you please deeper on that?
So that's a good question. I'm not a specialist in law, but I think, as I mentioned, on intellectual property development, but as I mentioned, there is several aspects to it. There is, first of all, hiring special patent lawyers to really help researchers commercialize their research. That's the first step. There's also about clarifying the legal framework when research is done in cooperation with firms. That's a very important aspect to it. So who gains what? How are the profits distributed? There is also, as I was mentioning, the startup management aspect of it. When public employees cannot own a startup, what do they do? How do they circumvent it? This comes from national legislation, but also needs to be applied at the university level. Yeah. You're welcome. Okay, I don't see any more. Yeah, go for it.
In your research, have you perceived the negative impact of CAPES rules on innovation in Brazil?
Well, it's hard to. This happens to public universities in many countries, but the fact that sometimes establishing corporations, that firms have trouble engaging with the university in a sort of fast-track process is really a disincentive to collaboration in that sense, that there's also the point about speeding up the processes. Sorry, I'm not answering your question.
Let me explain better the question. We have a system of evaluation of the graduate studies in Brazil. This is a federal entity called CAPES.
Okay, yes.
And in the last decades, they have not developed properly innovation metrics, innovation indexes.
Yeah.
And so all the graduate studies are focused in producing papers, technical papers, and not in innovation.
Yes.
So I believe this is a very strong negative feedback for the innovation in Brazil. Have you noticed this in your research?
This is not something that we covered in particular here because we didn't have enough information about the system. In the reviews, country reviews I was mentioning in Europe, we had a broader framework on the education system and the innovation system of the countries, so where we studied that more in depth. So this is absolutely an obstacle, and I join you with that. This is not something we highlighted, but we saw that in other countries. In Europe, it's the same. In Slovenia, the accreditation process, called the habilitation process, is exactly the same. Doesn't reward teachers, professors, in their innovation activities. So that's a problem in Brazil, but also in several other countries.
I'm sorry, just returning to help or continue with Professor Raul's question, is that if you reach the compensations metrics or compensation systems for professors in those universities, so did you study any type of compensation system in the universities, and then if it's recognizing entrepreneurship activities from professors, is that a question that I could complement with Professor Saul's questions?
Yes, so we saw that in a few universities. In the Javeriana, as I was mentioning earlier, there is they want to incentivize professors that are doing more knowledge transfer, so professors that manage to commercialize a patent get a bonus, for instance. In the Technological Institute of Monterrey, they also have created special categories. So there's one category for the extension professor, which means it's the professor that engages with external stakeholders and in particularly businesses. And these professors are sort of evaluated on the number of interactions, contracts, consulting contracts they have with companies, the number of research projects they have. And this is taken into account in their remuneration. So I understand that the USP is developing, again, a framework to sort of include more of this to reward better the staff. So this is to be continued, let's say.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. I think we are really in this point trying to define a framework for where our professors should be in this innovation system. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify the scope of the report, because this report, contrary to other reports that we have done in other OECD countries, does not take into account the national frameworks, because it's a multi-country report. So we only went to see selected higher education institutions and see how they cope, considering the regulatory framework as an exogenous factor. To do what you are discussing, we would need to come back and involve a discussion also with national authorities that explain to us the rationale and the functioning of the national frameworks that they are putting, so the playground for universities to innovate. You see the point? Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, is there one more question, or should we go? Okay, then I don't want to stand between you and the coffee break. So thank you very much again, and let's continue. I thought that the coffee break was now, but we can go directly for the two first panels. Okay, let's go. Yeah, for the panel, sorry. Sorry, so we're going to have actually the first panel discussion. So for the first panel discussion, I would like to call our colleague Daniela from Santander, who's going to be moderating. Pamela Hirani, who should be in the audience. Yes, hi Pamela. Then Agma China and Lilian Sanchez Carrete. So please take the stage, and yeah, we can continue the conversation focusing on entrepreneurship education in particular. Thank you. Thank you, sorry.
Thank you. Hello, good morning for everyone. I'm Daniela Neves, CEO of Universitaria Brazil, an edutech company of Santander Group and the largest university cooperation network in the world, including an entrepreneurship network. Our network includes around 800 universities in 20 countries. Our main lines of action focus on academic guidance, employment, and supporting the digital transformation, entrepreneurship, and ESG best practices in universities. And I'm very proud of being here today to discuss entrepreneurship education in Latin America. I would like to welcome Pamela Hidani, CEO and co-founder of Nani Saúde. Hello, Pamela. Agma Treina, Research for Innovation of FAPESP. Hello, Agna. And Lilian Sanchez Carrete, Professor of Finance and USP Assistant Director of Innovation. Hello. I will begin this conversation with Pamela. Pamela, could you tell us your experience with USP? How did it help you in your entrepreneurial journey?
Hello everyone, and thank you all for being here. Thank you, Maria, for sharing your study, and it's very helpful and very rich. I could learn a lot, and it's an honor to be here with a panel with only women, so it's very good. And I like to say that my entrepreneurial mindset started at the beginning of my graduation when I joined some clubs, and I was the karate team director. I was member of Poly Junior, and I was also director at an NGO where I acted as volunteer. I was operation director, and you may think that I didn't have joined any club related to entrepreneurship, but I could learn a lot of entrepreneurial skills and mindset. We could learn how to get things done, and I really enjoyed to be very hands-on. So I like to say that this was the beginning of my entrepreneurial mindset. But at my graduation, I have 2 classes that helped me to pursue this career. The first one was the innovation class, and the second one was the entrepreneurship class, and there we had to develop a business model and to launch it online. And it was very, this was my first experience because I had to create a business and to see how it will generate profit, but also how we would impact society and how we would change people's lives. And it was very funny, and I really enjoyed to create a Facebook page and to study how we would get clients. And it's funny because I graduated in industrial engineer in 2013, and this class was in 2012. And the Facebook page still gets some likes until now. And it's funny to see it. And it was also a model that a startup created something similar, and it grew. And I think it was very important for me because when I graduated, it was not very common to see people pursuing the entrepreneur path, at least at Poly. And but I really enjoyed what I saw in the class and at the clubs, and I really thought if this was a career that I would pursue or not. And André Fleury, that was my mentor in my thesis, my professor, really encouraged me and helped me with my questions. And then I decided to pursue this career. I joined Easy Taxi as an employee, but this it was a very nice startup at that time, and I helped then to develop the B2B business. And I would like to say that this was the best year for any entrepreneur, because you had a lot of money and you had a lot of prospects, a lot of leads. And then I really enjoyed this, but I wanted to work with the healthcare. So I joined Medicina, that is a healthcare startup, and I am partner there now. And we use technology to improve the clinical journey of patients. So we use technology to make sure that patients are being taken care even after when they are at home or at work or anywhere. So we collect digital biomarkers to help physicians and clinics with their treatments. And I also founded Nani Saúde with Medicina, and Nani Saúde is made, we have a lot of professional healthcare, a multidisciplinary healthcare professionals that use technology and their knowledge at medicine and nutritionists and physiotherapists. And we help people to seek better lives, healthier lives. And we use Medicina technology to improve that. And it was this is how I chose to impact the lives. And if I came back when I was graduating, I would choose the same path that I did. And these activities that I had was very important for me to pursue this path. And when I came back to university and I saw how it had evolved during these years, it made me very happy, because now some students have access to 3D printers to validate their projects. And I remember when I had a class of product development that we could only print one small piece of the whole project. And you can see a lot of incubators. You can see the NEO, that's the Núcleo of Empreendedorismo da USP, that is focused on developing the entrepreneur mindset and skills. And you can also find the startup program from Amigos da Poli that helps people, and Programa de Inovação that helps people who want to pursue innovation or the entrepreneur path. So from my point of view, the university helped me a lot to pursue the entrepreneur career and the innovation career. And I am very happy to see that these initiatives are growing, and students that are pursuing, that are graduating now and who are at this university now, they have much more resource that I had. And I think that it's a continual development. That all the universities should pursue this, and this is difficult, as Maria told, but I think we have a good scenario from my point of view.
Thank you, Pamela. And now, one question for you, Agma. Could you tell us a bit more about the efforts FAPESP is undertaking to support entrepreneurs? How is FAPESP helping USP to become an entrepreneurship hub?
I have a couple of slides to present. Okay.
Do you have a presentation? It's here. You just press here.
Wonderful. Even better. Thank you. But I think I have to open it. morning. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here and to talk a little bit about the effort that FAPESP has been made for boosting our entrepreneurship ecosystem. So Professor Billy has already started talking about what I think is our main program, which is PIPI, Innovative Research in Small Business. But the small is a kind of biased because it refers to the number of the employees, which must be less than 250 people. And there is no limitation for the business annual revenue. The PIPI program started in 1997, and up to now we have supported almost 3,000 of proposals in about 163 cities, and if we consider the last 4 years, 390 million of euros. And it's important to highlight that starting in February of this year, the grants are no refundable. There is nothing that the entrepreneur has to return to FAPESP. But it is also nice, I think, to see where the business are, because we can see here that it follows a kind of an axis in the state of São Paulo map, where we have the institutes for higher education. So it is not for nothing. And it is also interesting that Maria has already highlighted the importance of the knowledge transfer. And we have a new modality of PIPI, which is called PIPI Knowledge Transfer. It is aimed at bringing the scientific technological results provided by the university, by the higher education institutes, that can make a difference in the startups, in the small business. So it was launched in September of last year, so we have now 1 year of it. And the core aspect, I think, of the PIPI transfer of knowledge, or PPTC, is that the knowledge, the basis of the knowledge was developed in the higher education institute. So the company, the business, can take advantage of it and can develop it further with the help of the institute that has developed it in the beginning. So there is a partnership between the small business and the higher education institute. And the professors, since we are talking about how we can get the professors more involved in it, the professors also earn some part of the grant. So the grant is shared between the business and the institute of the university. And the idea, and we are now gathering the first results, are very promising. I put here the link of this new modality because we wanted to motivate people to submit to this kind of PIPI. So in order to boost the innovative research in small business company, also Professor Pili has highlighted the point of the agreement. This is a 5-year agreement between FAPESP and the SEBRAE in order to provide a complementary funds that FAPESP cannot provide to the companies in order to nurture the management, the marketing, the branding part of the business, because FAPESP funds research. And we also have a very interesting initiative that we call PIPI Empreendedor, which helps the entrepreneur who is starting in this ecosystem, how to proceed, how to get the best of it. So we have mentoring aspects. We also have monthly events we call PP dialogues, where the entrepreneurs or the candidates to it can talk with the adjunct coordinators and ask questions and have their questions answered online. We also have another modality that also Professor Pili has highlighted, which is PP Invest. If a business has a project, an ongoing PP project, or has one that has ended in up to 3 years, the company can apply for a PP Invest. And if a private investor puts money in the company, FAPESP matches the amount. And in order to make it run well, we also have matchmaking events between the startups who are willing to get more funds and the investors. Well, the main point here is the communication that we have to nurture more between the parts. And to end, I just put here some examples of the companies, of the business that have get PP with FAPESP. So we can see here in several areas. This is just a few of them. And this is what I had prepared, but I am here for any questions that you have. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Agma. And now one for you, Lilian. In your point of view, what are the main challenges to startup development that USP faces?
Thank you very much for your question. Well, it's a very important question that I've been working for the last 4 years because we have a dream of creating a greater experience to our students, and it's so good to hear your experience, Pamela, about how our education has inspired you to choose your career. So it's very good to hear that, and to hear every word from Agma and from Zeina, where you brought some very important aspects of entrepreneurship education. First of all, we have to work with risk sharing. Maria brought here the private sector, and we have very difficult conversation, difficult to communicate with private sector and how we can share risks in entrepreneurship. So we know how to do research, we know how to do invention, but we don't know how to deal with risk. And it's a very important aspect of entrepreneurship culture here in the university. So, in order to build our entrepreneurial education ecosystem, we have to face that we have 60,000 undergraduate students, and we have 30,000 students that are in mastering or in PhD career. And we have almost 50 different colleges. Much more bigger number in careers. So we have different knowledge areas, and we want to we want to inspire our students to go to entrepreneurship. So what are our assets in University of São Paulo? What are our resources? I put here in 6 different assets. We have our disciplines and our programs. We have more than 150 disciplines, and they are spread all over our campus and all over our colleges. Most of them are offered in their college for each unit, for each college, for its own college. So what we are facing now, we are facing this challenge to bring everyone together. So we have to put down the walls of the different colleges here. And it's not easy because you have a very big university. And second, we have more than 2,000 students for the last 2 years engaged in our disciplines. So we are talking about approximately 2% of our students that engage in our disciplines that have entrepreneurship in their name. So the second asset is our mentorship program that we are still in the beta version, but we are putting them in a formal way. We are in process of approving it because we see how important to bring the market perception, the market view to our students that are creating solutions based on technology, but we don't have access to the market perception. So the mentorship program is very important to bring new connections to our students and the market perception. Third, we have some grant programs, and the biggest, there are 2 that I put here. One is the Startup USP, that's financed by Santander, where the students receive grants to develop their business model in an incubator. And the other one is the International Interchange Program, where we finance our students to develop an entrepreneurship program abroad. And this is our very precious program because we really want to foster it, and we need international partnership. So this is a very good, a great initiative that we're having today, because we believe we can do something here, some initiative where we can spread this initiative, where we can foster a global view for our students to create solutions that can impact not only our local society, but the global society. The fourth initiative, the fourth asset, is our incubation programs, and we have been seeing a multiplication of those programs. Pre-incubation, incubation, pre-acceleration, and acceleration, where, of course, we are giving more resources, mentorship to our entrepreneurs to develop their business. The fifth asset is our executive programs, where we can be together with external actors, mainly angel associations and early stage investors, VCs investors, when we are preparing them to decide about their investments in early stage. So we are developing, we are educating them, we are helping creating and foster this community that are formed mainly by USP's alumni. So they are giving back to the students through angel early stage investments. And the sixth assets are our events. And here we engage our students' associations, just as Pamela told us, the núcleo of the empreendedorismo da USP, that is a student entity, and we have more than 20 other students entities that want to foster entrepreneurship here in University of São Paulo. So what we are doing with them is engaging them in our initiatives. When we have our disciplines where we want to bring students from different areas, from different careers, and even from undergraduation and graduation students, to put them together and create and foster startups, founders, teams. And this is our first challenge. The other challenge is to have mentorship, bringing together executives, very experienced executives that have the market perception, and bring together with new connections to our founders' teams. And we add our grant programs and foster incubation programs. Then we bring continuing education, mentorship, and connections for them to develop their business. And with our events and with our executive programs, we present and we connect our startups to open innovation initiatives, private sectors, corporations, and early stage investors. And then we connect, we understand, and we connect to the market. And this is what I believe we need to do. We cannot ignore the market forces. And when we have this journey, we can bring the market forces since the beginning of its journey through the mentorship program. And then we foster our university spin-offs. Of course, this is not an easy journey, and we don't have it ready. We are working, we are building it. And it's very important to have your suggestions and to understand your view about what we are building together, because no one can build it alone. And we know that we have many, many stakeholders in the university, but the only thing that we want to create is an environment when every Pamela can understand what is the path they should run to develop their entrepreneurial skills, and of course, succeed. So I really would love to have information about all entrepreneurs that we are graduating, and we still don't have it. But we are working with senior management, the coordination of undergraduation programs and the post-graduation programs to build all this journey and, of course, achieve our main objective, that is create a better entrepreneurial university. So I'm here to listen to your suggestions and your questions, and I really, really appreciate and thank you very much to be here and join you in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lilian. We have questions from the audience.
Yeah, we have many assets here, so I put here in the number 6 Students Association Initiatives in Entrepreneurship, and we have already mapped more than 20 entities that are really working in entrepreneurship all over the university. Probably we didn't map all of them because it's a process, and every time there are some students that are creating new initiatives. So this is what we want to do, a mapping, but that is dynamic and it cannot be static. pose.
Thank you all for the very interesting presentations. I'd like to ask many questions to all of you, but I'll start with one for Agma. Do you keep track of the companies that went through PIPI? I mean, how are they doing? How much tax do they pay? And do you have this information?
Oh, that's a great question. We started, oops. Yes. Thank you for the question. It's a great one. Actually, we started doing that last year. We are computing numbers because it is very important to see how the companies do after a while. Actually, we get extra reports after 3 and after 5 years when the PIPI project ends. So we started doing that. We don't have a scenery that we can make available yet, but we are working on it. Thank you for highlighting this.
For that effort, Agma, we have been studying the process of innovation, and from a report that Paulo Gonçalves gave us from Norway about the role of universities in innovation, we've been learning about the local aspect of innovation, how the partners have to be within a very small radius in order to efficiently transfer knowledge, generate innovation. And we discussed this with the former scientific director of FAPESP, José Fernando Pérez, who was at the origin of the creation of these programs for innovation in small companies, small businesses. And when we mentioned this aspect, he said, oh yeah, come to think of it, most PIPI projects are based in the vicinity of the major universities in the state of São Paulo. So when doing that study, it would be very interesting to correlate not only the revenue, taxes that are paid, jobs that are created, but also where these companies are located.
Thank you. We are very, we actually need to know that. So this is why we started it, but we didn't have the data before, because the reports, they are texts. So we have to make it in a way that we can compute the values that we have to learn. So, but soon we are getting back to you.
Thank you. Very interesting presentations. Thank you very much. My question was about if you have observed any change in the students that ask for entrepreneurship, especially with the new Friday for Futures, if you have access to these new people coming. Thank you.
Do you address this question to any of us, or anyone can?
If you want to, yes.
Okay.
Everyone can.
I think Maria brought it in her presentation. We saw more students engaging in entrepreneurship activities during pandemic period. So when we changed to virtual classes, we saw a bigger interest in entrepreneurship, because we started to offer virtual classes and open, so we gave more access to our students.
May I add something? I am from the computer science department. Again? Oops. I am from the computer science department in São Carlos. And in our department, we started having the undergrad discipline entrepreneurship in 1997. It was interesting because it was the same year that PIP started. And we have a very vigorous junior enterprise in our institute. And we are following our students that go through we call the ICMC Junior. And many of them develop after that, after they graduate, develop their own startups. And now we see the students coming back to recruit the students. So it's a very vigorous one. I think it is one of the 20 that we have at USP. But computer science for nature is a basis for many enterprises. So this is the experience that we have there. And so far, it is very motivating.
I don't have any numbers to share with you, but I have my perception. When I graduated and I decided to pursue the entrepreneur career, I remember some of my friends who had graduated a little before me, and friends who were graduating with me that looked at me and thought, oh my God, what is she doing with her graduation? Because she's going to starve, she's not going to make she's not making a good decision about her career. So the entrepreneur career, when I graduated, was not that fancy, and mostly it was a very risky decision for you to make. But I thought that I really enjoyed what was doing, so I would take this risk, and it will not be the end of my career if I pursue this. But now when I came back to the university and saw the students, you can see that this is not a decision a difficult decision anymore. Of course, when you are at university, you have some traditional paths that students tend to choose more because it's safer than an entrepreneur career. But now they can see that they can learn a lot, and it's good for their career. If you found a startup and it's not successful, you can have a lot of other paths that to follow, but most of them really decide to pursue this career. So from my point of view, now the environment is more favorable to pursue the entrepreneur career.
It's more than a comment than a question. Maybe Lilian can comment on that. I was really surprised to hear from the review that I think Javeriana has 100% of their students offered some course. Is that correct? Or it was not Javeriana, it was another university. You said something like that.
I think in Argentina it was mandatory to students to...
Yeah. So when we see our picture, and I see entrepreneurship education or courses as a very specialized type of language, and we see from our disciplines that it doesn't seem to me that all of them have this specialization. So that only a few of them have really true entrepreneurship education, like business directed. So in your point of view, how we can face this? How can we test this, the quality of these 100 disciplines?
That's a great question, boss. I don't know if I know how to answer it, but I think we have to measure, we have to have our metrics. And our metrics about how successful we are in our education is to see how many students are entrepreneuring, how many students are are building companies and are risking their careers to entrepreneur, to create a company. But in our map, we mapped our disciplines, are more than 150 disciplines that we offer annually. Most of them are focused on fundamentals of entrepreneurship. So what we are doing right now, we are working on developing a tracking for the students to develop on entrepreneurship, from fundamental in entrepreneurship, and then developing soft skills and other skills that's very important for you to be successful. And I think the biggest challenge is to develop entrepreneurship skills in different knowledge areas. For example, you have to have special skills in entrepreneuring in health sector or in biotech. And we don't know that. We are not doing anything to foster it. So we are just understanding what is our ecosystem right now. So we have a lot to do right now about offering an education that really prepare our students. But I think I already told you that our biggest challenge is to change our mindset, because it's very difficult for our students to understand that they have to convince a client to buy its product, a product that he is offering, because he's prepared since he started in the university just to make their task and to receive a grade. So we have to change our compensation metrics, not only to our professors, but to our students. And still bring the private sector rules. It's completely different to access the PIP from FAPESP, which is a great program, and even the PIP Invest, which are great programs. But for them to achieve a FAPESP grant is completely different from achieving the early stage investment. So this is what we need to understand, and we need to prepare our students to go ahead. It's a completely different game rule. So this is, I think, what we need to face. I don't know if I answered you.
Good morning, I'm Andrea Andreso, the CEO of Sempre Fea. Thank you all for your presentations, they are very insightful. Just a quick question, how do you think the private sector can help promote more entrepreneurship initiatives among students? Is it mostly about funding, or the connections, or mentorship, or all of them? And whoever wants to answer, thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. May I answer that? I'm sorry. Well, as Maria told us, it's a very complex game. So we need everything. But of course, money is not the only solution. There are cases where the startups just goes into bankruptcy because of a lot of money. Because you need to, it's an expertise, it's a skill how to allocate the money in the right place. So we need all of them. And I think it was Maria that presented here, that to put all these resources together, we need a platform. We need a technological platform to do these connections, to do these matchings. AGMA just presented here that they do matchmaking events. Imagine if we don't need matchmaking events, and this matchmaking happens automatically through a marketplace platform, where we engage actors in the ecosystem to make connections all over the time, and doesn't need of AGMA, FAPESP, or Lilian, or Professor Catalani, doesn't need a hand of anybody. You create a system or an environment when connections just happens. Of course, we need collaboration, perception, and we need a trustful environment.
Thank you for the presentations and testimony. I would like to make a question for Lilian and for AGMA. The mentorship, they say in the literature and in some conversations, that the mentorship must be very specialized by area. How it is your experience with the mentorship and the level of specialization of those professionals, company owners, whatever, how much they need to be specialized to really help and judge that startup, that initiative?
Thank you, Raul, for the question. It is interesting because when you were talking, I was remembering of the questions and the points that the people who attend the PP Empreendedor, which is a big success for the PP program, where the beginners of the PP get training, get mentoring, get support to develop their ideas well, and even for pivoting it if it is necessary. And the point that the participant tells us is that they already have the money. So they are saying that the mentoring and participating with the colleagues in the discussions, in the presentations, it is very rich for their increasing in mature and in their enterprises, in their business. So I think it is not one aspect. It's a set of features that are necessary to make a business a success. What we are doing with this training is that allowing, if the members of the team change, to have another, to allow them to participate in another edition, because the coordinators of the business have asked, and you know that FAPESP listen to us, to the people who are benefited from it. So they started asking, and now we are going to start a more robust program to involve the coordinators of the program. So we are always looking for new ways of improving the programs that FAPESP already has. You are talking about because PP is, how can I say, in a technological level not too low. But FAPESP started this year in another initiative, which is Centelha, which is FAPESP and FINEP, for, how can I say, not younger, but new people with less
Very early stage.
Very early stage, yes, thank you. So we started it. It was a big success because in São Paulo we had the opportunity based on the agreement with Sebrae to put more money for the proposals, and now we are closing the acceptance, and it was really good to see the results that we have achieved with this new program that we just started.
Yeah, I know, and I'm accompanying it. It's really a great program, Agma. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I would like to add your view, Agma, saying that mentorship really depends on the stage of the startup. From in the really beginning, in the ideation stage, you need more entrepreneurial mentorship. How to validate your idea, how to validate your product. So it's really entrepreneurial mentorship. But then you validate it, and you need to do partnerships, strategic partnerships. Then we start to need to connect to the market. And then you need specialization or mentorship in the industry that you are acting. So executives that works in that industry are great, have great views. But nobody will bring the entrepreneur the solution. And the entrepreneur, he needs to face the problem in deep to really understand how he can create this solution. Nobody can give him the solution, but the mentors can help him, can give the hand to him, but no one will have the right answer. You understand? So sometimes you need technology support or a mentorship in technology. Sometimes you need a mentorship in selling or in communication or in marketing. So that's very important for us to create a strong ecosystem where we can ask help and mentoring through different specializations. This is why I believe so much in our university, because we have such a rich environment that if we use them, our stakeholders, in terms of collaboration, but of course, we need to have a technology to support it, because it's very difficult to put all of these parts together. And if we can do that, we will do miracles.
Thank you for your presentation. Here, Rafaela, again. I would like to ask for Pamela if you and how you feel supported by those initiatives from the university you're from, and if you do so, which of the initiatives you would like to highlight, and if not, what would be the initiatives or programs that you would like to get supported on your path in entrepreneurship. And also I'd like to have a question for Lilian. How do you partner with the private sector, like VC funds or incubators that is not from other universities, on the matter to get more data and start to build intelligence on how to get greater entrepreneurs as a university? And a little data. I work on an accelerator here in Brazil, and 40 of the most successful startups we had were from people that studied in USP. So I think that would be a great path to start to build on this intelligence on how to get better entrepreneurs in the market. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. When I graduated, I think that there weren't many of the initiatives that we have now. So what helped more was the discipline that I made, and also the discipline, and also the support from my professor. But I could come back to university, and I think NEU can help a lot of students. This is my view. I don't know all the initiatives, but NEU helped me a lot. I can see that they help a lot of you students. I also talked to some of NEU students, and some of them have some projects being built, and they are also starting the company, the register CNPJ, and I think it's a very good path. And I am volunteer at Amigos da Poli, and I was the career center director there. And they have two programs, startup program and innovation program, that I think that can show students how they can pursue the entrepreneurship, not only as a founder, but also as a employee. Because from my point of view, when you are graduating, if you start your company right after when you are graduating, it's a difficult path just because of maturity, and you need some experience. I can see why Maria, in her student, she highlights the master and PhD students. But I think it's important to students to have this contact with entrepreneurship right at the beginning. And this is not because this is not only because you need the material that some student who is graduating can't have a successful business. It's only because of maturity. But I think you can grow a lot from this path. And from my point of view, the clubs helped me a lot, not with entrepreneurship thesis, but theory, but with the entrepreneurial spirit. So I think it helped a lot.
Oh, thank you very much for talking about your professor. So I would like to congratulate your professor, that is Professor André Fleury, because imagine how many students he's inspiring right now. So he's a great professor, and that's a great job that he's doing, and especially work with NEU. What I would like to reinforce, to try to answer your question, I really don't know the answer, but what I believe is in education. And what the companies that really, they really want to be together with USP, because they want to help our students to create great enterprises. So we have been doing many it's our webinars that happens almost weekly at the Agência USP de Inovação, or Innovation Agents. So we bring companies that really want to be close to us. So what I would do with private sectors, with companies and VCs and angel investors that want to be together, we are going to put them inside this journey, or together with us in this journey. So we invite them to be in our evaluation team to evaluate products that are going to receive grants. So we have them together with us to give a prize to an entrepreneur, or any type of evaluations, and even in disciplines. We are putting our students facing them, or presenting pitches, even when they just enter in the university. Like in the second year, they are doing an entrepreneurial discipline. We are fostering professors to present, to put the students presenting their projects through a pitch to the to early stage investors. So everybody is learning. Even the angel investors, they are learning here in Brazil. We are just in process of creating ecosystem of angel investors. So the associations are just multiplying right now. And we are so happy that we have two of the biggest angel associations here, that is Poly Angels and the FEA Angels. So I believe we should ask them to join us to work on this journey and create or put our students to face this reality. Because if it is difficult to talk to investors, it's more difficult to talk to consumers.
Well, thank you for your presentation. I'd like to ask specifically about the issue of entrepreneurship in the field of humanities. My name is Rui Tamir, I'm a professor in the law school, and I was wondering how we could foster entrepreneurship in these fields, like law, economics, management, social sciences. Has Auspin had any successful experiences out of the technological or hard science fields?
That's a great question. This is another challenge, but we can do that when we open our disciplines to students all over the campus. So this is type of culture. We try to talk to every student in every college or in every career, and we bring these good examples. For example, students from history. We have two of our trainees in innovation agencies are just joining us to foster entrepreneurship in geography or in history or in philosophy, because we believe that they have a lot of value to us. And they don't know, they don't even know that. So this is our role to bring them together. And how to do that? If we create disciplines, when we call them, we have to communicate. We have to communicate, and we have to communicate. And this is what we do the worst, probably.
Thank you all. Unfortunately, we are out of time, and I hope you have enjoyed this conversation as much as I have. And again, thank you all.
Thank you.
We have a coffee break now, so let's meet in the hallway.
Thank you. It's 15 minutes coffee break, so we do not lose the pace. Thank you.
Aqui? Eu tenho. Para mim é melhor apresentar aqui, porque aí eu já uso o website, tudo, mostro as coisas, é melhor. Porque eu tenho umas coisas para apresentar no website que está funcionando, e aí eu acho que é mais interessante mostrar aqui mesmo e tal, porque a pessoa pode até, se quiser olhar, e já olha, já vê. Então, e tem a apresentação também. A apresentação posso pôr aqui.
Não é um painel, né, com outras pessoas, né?
Não, é um painel. Eu não pretendo apresentar. Esse PowerPoint eu não pretendo apresentar. Eu só pretendo assim, na hora que... Tenho certeza que eu sei o que vão me perguntar, certo?
Uhum.
Então, a hora que me perguntarem, eu mostro o site. Se precisar, eu mostro a apresentação, mas assim... Não é minha intenção apresentar muita coisa daqui não, tá bom? Deixa eu só ver se tá funcionando. Mas tá bom, tá legal. Não, tá tudo certo. Tá legal, obrigado. Grazie.
Hi again, everyone. So we'll now have a second roundtable discussion more focused on knowledge transfer. And for that, we call Michael Hennessy from the IADB to moderate and come on stage. Rafaela Roca from the USCAR. Marcelo Sufo. And Fabio from the IBM. Fabio Kosman, sorry.
Great, thanks so much, Maria. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. I know we're in a tough position here. We're following up an excellent first panel, following up the coffee break, and we're right before lunchtime, I guess. So we'll try our best to be a good following act from that last panel. But no, it's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. I really enjoyed the insights and a lot of the ideas that have been thrown around here today, that have been expressed, articulated, discussed, argued, and I think that it's been a really interesting and excellent event. So from the perspective of the Inter-American Development Bank, I'd just like to thank our partners here in terms of the OECD, Banco Santander, as well the University of Sao Paulo for hosting us all, and all of the distinguished colleagues that are here with us today. As well, for those of you who don't know the Inter-American Development Bank so well, we're a multilateral development bank that's focused on promoting economic growth and social inclusion in Latin America and the Caribbean. We work with 26 countries in the Latin American Caribbean region, and as part of the IDB's efforts, we support knowledge products such as this one that's being launched today, as well as loans and technical cooperation projects. We support government in their efforts to help develop the region. Within the Inter-American Development Bank, I work in the Competitiveness, Technology, and Innovation Division. That division supports projects related that seek to promote competitiveness, technology, and innovation, but in more detail that seek to promote the development of new technologies, the adoption of new technologies by small and medium enterprises, innovation in firms, a lot of times through innovation funds or through financing for innovation, as well as entrepreneurship, which we see as key in terms of supporting innovation, in terms of renewing the companies that are in the market to avoid some sort of stagnation, to avoid some sort of cartel type behavior. It's always good to have new entrants that are entering into the market with new and innovative products, and those are really the firms that help to renew the markets and as well where job growth happens to be the most dynamic. So it's a really important area, and we're glad to support this area and to discuss it today. In some ways, the development of this publication was obviously affected by the pandemic. Really, in 2019 is when the initial discussions around this publication began. And as the pandemic hit in 2020 with some of the projects that we're working on, some of the knowledge products, you could see that maybe their relevance took a bit of a hit during the pandemic, but we feel that wasn't the case at all with this knowledge product. We feel that this issue of universities that support entrepreneurship is as relevant as it was in 2019, if not more so. I mean, I think that during the pandemic, especially the ecosystems for entrepreneurship in the region showed themselves to be quite resilient. If you look at the last 10 years, the levels of venture capital that have been mobilized in the Latin America region, they've grown at a very high rate, almost exponential. We're talking compound annual growth rate on the order of 50 to 60%. And 2021 was a record year in terms of the level of venture capital that was raised in the region. I mean, it dwarfed all other years in the history of the region by far. So I think that the pandemic showed the resilience of entrepreneurship in the region, and that's a very important finding. It was mentioned in the earlier panel too that there was a sense that more startups were being created, at least here within the USP and perhaps in the Sao Paulo ecosystem during the pandemic as well. So all of those signs point to more resilience. How can universities position themselves to be even more relevant and catalytic to their surrounding ecosystems for entrepreneurship and innovation in the region? That will be one of the areas that we touch on in this panel related to knowledge transfer. To join us in this discussion, we have an excellent panel that I'd like to welcome here today. We have Rafael Aroca, professor and former director of Innovation Agency at the University of São Carlos. Marcelo Zufo, Department of Engineering of Electronic Systems, Polytechnic School, University of São Paulo. And we have Fabio Kosman, director for the IBM USP Center for Innovation. So perhaps we could start with a question for Rafael. Rafael, what was USCAR's experience with this review process? How did UFSCar benefit from participating in the study? We've seen that the university has doubled its efforts to build partnerships with companies and SMEs to support cutting-edge research and offer courses tailored to the industry needs. In your view, and following the recommendations of the review, what can be done to improve the connection with industry? And could, as well, if each of you could start by introducing yourselves a bit before answering the question, it would be much appreciated.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, it's an honor to be here. I studied here at University of São Paulo, and I am the former director of Federal University of São Carlos Innovation Agency. It's our technology transfer office. And I also would like to talk Nicolas Vergara for the invitation. I think we are mainly here because of his invitation several years ago. And Maria for the partnership after a lot of meetings, right, to discuss all those stuff. Well, I'm from São Carlos. I don't know if everyone is aware. It's considered one of the main technological cities of our state. We have one campus of University of São Paulo, and we have the Federal University of São Carlos, and o Novo Lab that Maria said 2 or 3 times during her speech, which was very precise. Maria, congratulations. I think you took a great portrait of our scenario. So congratulations. I think the report was great. And São Carlos also has the first startup incubator of Latin America, which is ParkTech. So we are very proud about that. It's the city with the highest number of doctors per inhabitant in Brazil. I studied at ICMC. The city with the highest number of patents per inhabitant in Latin America, but we see something that it's related to our discussion here. We don't see all that reflected on entrepreneurship, new business, new startups, and new companies. So we are working towards that, but I think we are really looking forward for these actions. Well, I'd like just to remind something that I don't know if everyone knows. We have developed at Federal University of São Carlos about 60% of all sugarcane cultivars planted in Brazil, which is about 12% of Brazilian energy matrix, which is all renewable. And I think this is something to be proud that a university provided something such as that to the society. We have about 150 licensement agreements today. It's a huge number. I don't know if our colleagues from other transfer offices are here. USP is one of the top Brazilian licensing agencies, and we are proud to be one that has a high rate of licenses also. And we have about 2,000 million reais a year of royalties from our technologies, which in my opinion drives a virtual cycle. So these royalties comes back to the university and they can finance projects and other stuffs. Regarding the question, we have several actions such as Embrapi, startups and spin-offs partnerships. We are very close to the Onovo Lab, which Maria told. They are really great partners to bring business and opportunities to research and develop new products and new technologies using the university as a partner to startups and larger companies. And I think the most important point for me, and I told Maria that several times, it's the legal framework. I think she might remember. I have personally taken notes of several cases that the bureaucratic process, which should exist, of course, was more expensive than the project that we were doing. So we have great people, we have great scientists, we have great institutions, but we have a heavy legal framework. So Juliana asked that earlier today, and it took my attention, because there are a lot of instruments ready to be used, but few people know how to use them, as I know. And I was talking to Marcelo about this some minutes ago, and he has a good solution. Maybe he will talk about that, because he has a legal team to help the innovation actions. But few universities have that in Brazil. So we are late with a partnership with Santander because of legal stuff. Nicolas knows about that. But the last question you pronounced, for me this is the main point, and I think we can have a really different scenario if we can change a little bit about legal frameworks, contracts, and this kind of things. So that's all. Thank you for the opportunity and time. And thank you, Natalia, Fernanda, that helped us a lot and is on Google Meet now, and Tainá, that's here with us today from our innovation agency. That's it.
Great, thank you, Rafael. Next, I'd like to ask some questions to Marcelo Zufo. Marcelo, how easy is it for the Department of Engineering of Electronic Systems to get in touch with representatives from the private sector? The USP has recently set up a new innovation policy. What are the changes that this will yield for knowledge transfer activities? And as well, if you could start maybe with a brief introduction of yourself, that would be appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the question, very inspiring. I'm Marcelo Zufo. I'm dedicating 30 years of my career to this university. And particularly, I work with electronics. I see the whole evolution of this industry in the past 50 years. I started very early, just because my dad designed and built the first integrated circuit in Brazil in 1971. Just to give an example, 4 years earlier than South Korea. And they have a $200 billion industry. They have 40% of the global market share in semiconductors. And we're still in the crop market. So what's going on? Just a simple question. How many companies we have in this audience? One. So the first thing, since we changed dramatically our vision about innovation in this university, since May, we have an innovation team that I'm very proud to be a member. Professor Catalani, Professor Raul, Professor Nussensweig, Beto, and Professor Tito. I think the first thing is we need to change the public perception of public university in Brazil. Because we do a lot of research. We have one of the major concentrations of PhDs in Latin America, particularly at the USP, 6,000 PhDs, excluding our postdocs and everything around. Yes, we have FAPESP. Yes, we have a wonderful patenting agency. I just was aware last week that we have nearby 3,000 patents, but that is not enough. That is not enough. We need to foster, under advice of Professor Raul, the triple helix by all means. Usually we try to find excuse. We try to find excuse with the legal departments. The trend today is blaming legal departments. But when Maria mentioned the scenario in Europe, we see that they have the same problems there. And somehow they work around and fix these problems. So recently, we have access to an article from the Harvard Business Review about the innovation mentality in innovation organizations. I think we need to break our brain barriers about that. And I have been very fortunate to be part of this process during the pandemic. I was just talking with Professor Raul last week. We have two kinds of innovations: the spontaneous innovation and the forced innovation. What we're looking in this room is what we call spontaneous innovation. We want to practice. We want to make, by all means, innovation happening. It's our dream, FAPESP, USP, São Carlos. But we have another innovation when things tend to be wrong. And that happened during the pandemic. We doesn't have masks, we doesn't have vaccines, we doesn't have ventilators. And I was very proud to be approached by Raul and said, Zufu, we need to build ventilators. My answer, Raul, I never saw one before. And then suddenly, we start this movement, giving phone calls, WhatsApp lists. Suddenly, one former alumni from USP, that eventually I should mention her name or not, in one Friday, in 40 minutes, she donated us 2 million reais from her credit card. And then we start to have an avalanche. I never, sorry for FAPESP, but I never see so many money in front of me. In total, we had collected 16 million reais from foreign governments like the US Department of Defense, the Brazilian consulate. We start to have alumni, like our guys from Amigos da Poli. They start to spontaneously give us money. So in 24 hours, we collected $300,000. So, and then we have a tremendous push to build and design ventilators, and we did everything in 120 days. And then we have a problem of manufacturing them. And then we find a cartel. So people, what is a ventilator? I'm an electrical engineer. It's a bunch of screws, transistors, and plastic. That's it. And people charging ventilators by 400,000 reais. Come on. These guys are criminals that need to be in jail, frankly speaking. And then, with this cartel, no one wants to manufacture a ventilator that costs nothing. But at that time, as a public university, we were trying to save lives. So that was the real thing. And in one particular moment, they tried to jail us because it's forbidding designing ventilators without proper authorizations. And then our colleagues from the School of Law, they said, well, we need eventually to do a preventive habeas corpus to avoid you guys being jailed. And I remember where they should sign. And we kept moving. And then no one went to manufacture the ventilator, so the Brazilian Navy showed up, 80 volunteers, and they manufactured the ventilators. In total, we manufactured 1,000, distributed in 300 cities, 200 hospitals, 70 Brazilian states. And probably we saved a lot of lives. I should answer, what was the legal framework? What was the financial model? It happened. That is the conclusion. It's happened. It happened. So when we came to normal life, the fundamental question is, we have all potential, we have the ecosystem, we have everything. So what is missing to spark this kind of innovation? I came to USP since January. Professor Carlotti invited me to be member of this wonderful team. So every time that I came to the university, I tried to answer myself this question. What is missing? What we need to do, you know? And I think we need to change a bit our behavior and our mindset. That's the recommendation that I'm giving. We don't need to break the law anymore. There is no more people dying. It's different now. It's time to do spontaneous innovation, not forced innovation. That is my personal contribution. Regarding, let's say, a structural contribution, I work with exponential technologies, transistors, AI, IC designs. I see Latin America out of this process, geopolitically speaking. We have one of the huge technological transitions in humanity since World War II, the 2.0 Cold War. And it seems that no one in Latin America is aware about this process. That will profoundly affect well-being, life of quality, and competitiveness of nations in the next 3 or 4 decades. It seems that nobody is aware about that. Europe is dropping 25 billion euros in Spain to create a new semiconductor factory. They are proposing what they call the Spanish Renaissance based on this new industry. They are looking for 500,000 jobs. Germany just announced that Intel will open a new semiconductor factory, dropping $16 billion. And the total number of PhDs to run these factories is around 10,000 PhDs, twice the number of PhDs in USP. And in Latin America, we're still talking about commodities. So I think one recommendation in this direction, we need to find our geopolitical position globally. My dad was saying me that when Korea did their first ship 4 years after Brazil, they are just signing the armistice with North Korea. And they are a kind of banana republic, worse than the worst ones in Latin America. In 4 decades, they became one of the biggest players, taking the scientific framework in favor of the life quality of the population, has a declared strategy to prevent war with North Korea. So that are the main questions that I put in my mind every time, if we are not geopolitically aligned, how Brazil will have deep techs? We need to export these technologies globally. The next generation of jobs are not people collecting sugar cane or coffee, but designing technologies for the information society. We have a lot of talent, but it's closed. So that is my contribution on what I call a systemic way. And one exception in Latin America, I should say, it's Mexico. I just heard last week that Mexico was invited by Mr. Biden to be part of the Semiconductors for America program, $52 billion. That is the only exception that I'm seeing. So I will recommend that we need to have more companies in these panels. I will call the onshore companies, like Santander, Bradesco. Santander definitely is an onshore corporation in Latin America, aggregating all Portuguese and Spanish-speaking countries. But we know that we have other corporations that have their future under danger if they doesn't invest in innovation, and they are not in here, you know. And we need, by all means, and thank again the innovation team. I just told Rafael that before we used to spend 1 year to sign an agreement. Nowadays, we even doesn't know that they have been signed, right? Catalan, thank you, Catalan. But we are signing, for example, with Volkswagen, we signed the MOU in 72 hours. The agreement with Bradesco, I don't know if you guys are aware, it's already approved. They told me that it's approved, I didn't know that. So we need to establish all these bridges, because when we talk about ecosystems, it's not science-driven, it's demand-driven. So we need to have science offer here, we need to have demand there, and that is the umbrella for the ecosystem. And of course, in this building bridge, we have all problems. But the thing is, why not we try to fix them in real time? If we have demand, if we have offer, we build a bridge, and we have many problems, at the same time that we have problems, we have wonderful pillars, FAPESP, Innova, Alspin, but other problems will show up. And under Raul's idea, the triple helix, we need to put all guys together on a meeting like this. You know, everybody is eager for food, but we're still discussing. So don't give food to people before they fix the problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcelo. Very, very thought-provoking ideas there. Appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to turn the word over to Fabio Kasman, Director for the IBM USP Center for Innovation. Fabio, as somebody who's working at an entity that's a private sector / university collaboration, what perspective do you have on technology transfer and knowledge transfer in that kind of scenario with private sector and university working together? Thanks.
All right. Good afternoon. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation to speak in this panel. I'd like to thank Catalani for the invitation. Let me present myself. Let me introduce myself. I'm a professor at the engineering school, Escola Politécnica, and I'm acting as the director of the Center for Artificial Intelligence that was created together with IBM and FAPESP. So let me try to connect all the dots here and make the connections with the previous panel, actually. So as Egma presented in the previous panel, FAPESP has several programs. One of these programs is actually inspired in a program by the National Science Foundation. It's a program that connects companies and FAPESP with universities. The University of São Paulo has several centers. Now it has a center with Shell, for example, in the engineering school, headquartered at the engineering school. And this it has a center in the University of São Paulo has a center with IBM, which is the one I'm acting as a director. So this center is co-directed by the University of São Paulo, with myself, and IBM, with my colleague Darius Pianis, who is really a researcher and knows a lot about artificial intelligence. So that's the structure that I'm sort of representing here. I guess I'm actually a kind of a case study, right? In the sense that I should share some ideas on what it is like to work in the university together with a big company. So the first thing I would like to say is I think there's a lot of talk about startups when you talk about innovation, but I think there's a lot of work to be done with the big corporations, especially like in artificial intelligence. There's a lot of going on with startups, but there's a lot going on with the big companies. The big players are really playing hard. You know Google, you know IBM, you know Facebook. They are really putting out tools, and these tools are distributed freely. And I think that's the way I would like to connect my thoughts with our experience in the center. So how is it that Google, Facebook, and IBM, how is it that they dominate AI now, artificial intelligence research? They put out tools that everybody uses, right? So there's a tremendous push in the artificial intelligence setting for open innovation. And I think that's where our center fits in. Everything we we distribute and we publish, and it's fine with IBM. And I think the reason for that is they feel like, well, it's fine if startups develop things with our tools, because if the startups are fine, we'll buy them, right? And that's fine. And if the startups help us, they'll help us. It's fine too. So I think there's this idea that you should put out tools, and that's what we're doing. We have a number of projects. I'll mention them later. But I think that's the idea I would like to share in this panel. So I think it's really important in the technology space to foster open innovation. That's what we're doing. Is there anything else I should say? I guess, well, I'm representing a center, so you should expect some shameless propaganda, right? So I will spend some minutes talking about the center and explaining where this open innovation idea fits in. Okay, so I'll have a presentation actually, so let me use that. Well, maybe you can put this up. All right, so let me say first, what is it that we're doing in Brazil with respect to AI, and why is it that it makes sense to have a center of looking at AI in the University of São Paulo? So I will use data from FAPESP and from OECD, right? So it's data that you can trust. So from FAPESP, you can see that Brazil fits in right there in between 10th and 15th place in AI in terms of scientific production. I think you get the same data if you look at the OECD data. It's right here, right? Brazil is right here. So you can see it's amongst the between 10th and 15th place. But also Brazil has a long history of research in AI. We have a society, we have several institutions doing research. There's actually an interesting study produced by the University of Tsinghua in China, which is one of the leading Chinese institutions. They looked at different metrics. They didn't look at the number of papers published. They looked at the number of researchers in the top age index bracket in the area, and Brazil appears as in the 8th place. And also, there is an interesting study that they did. They looked at the best universities in the world using this metric. And I quote their China AI development report from 2018, which is something you can look at the internet. Okay, it's a very nice report. It looks at all institutions in the world and ranks them. And I'll read what they say. However, there is no Chinese university in the top 10 universities by the number of top international AI talent. In this indicator, Stanford University takes the lead, followed closed by Massachusetts Institute of Technology, University College London, University of Washington, University of São Paulo, period. That's what they say. So we do have a number of people in the University of São Paulo for decades. Research has been going on. And so we were able to put together a project that we submitted to FAPESP, and we were selected in this context of a center that puts together a big company, IBM, and a big research institution for funding. Okay, our center, I will not present anything in PowerPoint. I'll just share the website that we have. Well, did you see the previous stuff? Why is it that it? So I guess it just presents PowerPoint. Huh. Well, anyway, so I'll just say things, a few things about the center. Okay. So PowerPoint then. So we have about 250 people associated with the center. It's in all cities where the university has a campi. We have people from all sorts of areas. And basically, I will not take too much time. This is our headquarters. It's nearby. You can walk there and take a look at the space. It looks like a picture, but it's not. It's really a photo, okay? And so our mission is to produce advanced research in AI, but not just produce research, to disseminate and debate the results, train students, and transfer the technology, okay? And let me connect back what I said before. What's our strategy for transferring technology? We do everything open. We train students so that they can apply to PEEP projects later, but they will have the tools at their disposal, so they can actually develop new ideas into products. Okay, so that's the main strategy that we have as far as I can say in terms of technology transfer. We also try to work with big companies. There's something I would like to share, and so these are our projects, but I'll just say this. We have a committee that people from industry and society. Most people are from big companies in Brazil. We have meetings every 6 months. We'll have a meeting next October 19, with some of them. And the idea is to see which projects they expect us to focus on, which areas they want us to spend energy. Like I said, we're looking at not just startups, but the whole scale, where we have big companies and also going down to startups as things develop. So I think that's the kind of thing I would like to share, and thanks a lot. I guess we're all heading for lunch, so stop. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Fabio. With that, we'd like to open up to the audience for any questions or comments that you have for the panel. Thanks.
So, you told us that we should change our mindset. Can you tell us what would be this change? What would be this change for us as researchers?
I'm talking by experience. A few years ago, we had the opportunity of co-living with researchers from MIT Media Lab under what I call innovation process. That was the $100 laptop. And I remember Nicholas Negroponte saying, action, transformation, perception. We need to act. We need to clearly understand the transformation, and we need to work on perception, people's perception. And then I asked him, how you define innovation? He gave me a very simple example. Take a picture now. He did this movement. And take a picture 2 months later and see the difference. That is innovation. That was 10 years ago. I was younger than I am today. But that changed my mind slowly because it takes time. It takes time. Particularly your job, trying to do, I see you as an evangelist. We have a very brief conversation, but you said, you know how many students attend our entrepreneurship? The correct answer should be all. But you said less than 2%. So it was interesting because during the pandemic, we have another situation that was, we have everything. We start to do the production, and that was a completely failure because universities do not manufacture anything. And then we had a problem. If we don't manufacture, we will not create impact. We have a cartel, no one wants to manufacture. So what we can do? Well, let's call the 7th Cavalry, you know. Who is the guys who are next to us that know how to manufacture? Embraer, Volkswagen. So we call the guys. They show up. And they come out to my lab and said, what a mess, but let's work. And then he pushed me aside and said, these guys never manufacture anything, ever. So we need to transform their brains. And Professor, you need to support us. We will repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat every day, 3 times a day. And in 2 weeks, you'll see that they will start to manufacturing. So, Catalani, we need to repeat, to repeat, to repeat, to repeat, entrepreneurship training. We need to be a common practice. We cannot forget that. And then you see that one day, spontaneously, people start to behave. So I think that is the lesson. We are unfortunately few people here. We have a wonderful team. We are 6, 7, 10, maybe 100 professors. But particularly at USP, we need to convince more 5,600, right? And let's do the job. Another lesson that I had 3 weeks ago. We have a new call in hardware. And I asked advice from an emeritus professor from Berkeley that is visiting us in 2 weeks, Professor Jean Rabai from Berkeley. He said, you know, man, hardware is hard. That's why it put hard in its name. Hardware is hard. Deep techs are hard. If you see, Brazil is the 3rd biggest country in the world in unicorns. We did the easy part. It's easy to do stuff in the cloud. But it's hard to design a new molecule and do a revolution in industry. It's hard to invent a new quantum method and put in industry. It's hard to design a chip with 7 billion transistors. But fortunately, we are on a university in Latin America where we have the means to do that. So the lesson that I received from John, he said, you guys need to work hard. Because we did that, and US has a semiconductor industry. The Koreans did that, they have a semiconductor industry in Korea. The Taiwanese did the same, and now the Chinese. So, I cannot translate in English, but aquela situação do Churchill, né? A única coisa que eu posso oferecer para vocês é sangue, suor e lágrima. A inovação também é assim, viu? I'm mentioning Churchill during the Second World War. Of course, when things tend to, yes, but when you see the innovation happening later, everybody recognizes, for example, Steve Jobs. But few people told us what are the problems that he had to achieve and build Apple, you know. And that is, I don't know if I'm correct or wrong, but that's my vision about the point, you know.
Thank you. I'd like to address a question to Fabio concerning the contractual relationships of the center. What are the commitments of the firms that are selected by the centers? Does the center have any share in the results of the projects it sponsors?
Yeah, so there's a contract signed by the university and the company, and FAPESP, in fact. Intellectual property shared, half and half, basically. There are contractual obligations regarding confidential data, and basically most of the contractual obligations are related to previous art, right? So if there's something that the university has before that is used, then that's regulated by the contract. But that's the most complicated part. But if you're bringing new ideas, that's relatively easy. Basically, it's half and half. Okay.
This is for Fabio Cosman and whoever wants to answer. Some countries seem that they benefit from open science and open innovation. In what sense your center is doing open innovation? And what should the University of São Paulo or our ecosystem in the state do in terms of open innovation in semiconductors? This is the question.
All right, so half of it is easy for me, half of it is not. So in my context, open innovation means having the tools open according to licensing. So there are well-established licenses for that. There's one license called Apache license. That means everybody can use, and as long as they follow some obligations. So, for example, in our center, we do a lot of work with processing of the Portuguese language. That's basically something we really emphasize. And basically that's because everything else maybe you will be able to buy from other countries, but tools in Portuguese will not. Right? So it's really strategic to have data and tools, what we call corpora, data sets, where you have lots of annotated words and sentences. So we do a lot of that, and we do tools for parsing and understanding text. All of that is released under the Apache license. If you go to the site, the website, the one I tried to show you, you will find the tools that we have there. So that's the sense that we are emphasizing open innovation in our context, because that's what I see happening. So you create an ecosystem of the innovation by having everybody share the tools. And that's something, even like if you put out the data that you need people to work on, maybe someone will find a solution for you. That's what Netflix did 10 years ago with their recommendation system. They put out the data and they collected the answer. So what is it that the university could do to help us in that sense? I don't know about semiconductors, sorry about that, but on computer science and artificial intelligence in particular, I think it could be easier to put out data sets, because now it's not as easy. Like if you go to Stanford University, for example, basically every PhD that is really successful has a data set or a program that is open, everybody's using, everybody's talking about it in Twitter, and it's easy there to put out tools, because that comes back to you, right? It's free marketing that you get, and that's not as easy as here as it should be, I think. That's something we suffer from, but if I might suggest something, but I don't know about semiconductors. Maybe my colleagues will have more insight.
Well, everyone here might be aware of DARPA, who sponsored the internet, GPS, and now DARPA is focused on sponsoring open source development platforms for semiconductors. They have a budget of several $100 million. And it's curious because I've been reading a lot, and it's already possible to design a new semiconductor using open source tools, but it's very hard. As Marcelo just said, it's hard. So I know a lot of people that paid expensive courses to learn how to design ICs using open source tools, but only about 20% of these guys end the course with a minimal IC developed. As a matter of fact, Google is sponsoring your chip manufactured. So if you design a chip, Google will sponsor the fabrication on a foundry, SkyWater. And there is space because they are not receiving enough designs. And many guys from universities and technical schools are working on that, but it's still hard. But we are right now seeing, I would say, an inflection point on open source development tools and environments for open source IC. And it's not for all kinds of integrated circuits, as Professor Zufo has several designs that cannot be done with those open tools, but many requirements of the market could be accomplished using those open tools. But I think few people are aware of these tools, and several reports from consulting companies such as Accenture are pointing to a revolution in chip design over the next year. So we should look forward for that.
So I'm working on this open source and open innovation for maybe 20 years now. Since I met one of the open source gurus, that is John Madog Hall. So John came out to USP under our program of Centers of Excellence, NAPS. So since the first day, he became a partner. And I can be wrong, but my vision is in 20, 30 years, everything will be open source. Everything. The cell phone, your laptops, the cars that we will drive, is the idea of repeating, and suddenly you can convince 7,800,000,000 humans. It's happening everywhere. We have open source satellites, we have open source weapons, we can print in 3D, we have open source software, and we have open source hardware. The problem of hardware, and I see for this device, today has 20 billion transistors. In 18 months, we will have 40 billion transistors. It's exponential. And the complexity of these tools are also exponential. The reason why we are doing open source hardware is because when Mr. Trump decided to boycott China, China was forbidden to buy technology from USA, designing chips. China decided to do that by themselves. At this moment in China, they are designing 10,000 chips. This moment. 2/3 more than all chips being designed in the rest of the planet. Just because they have 2/3 of the global population, no? From 7.8 billion humans, they have in their neighborhood 5 billion. And these guys are consumers. And that is Spark. DARPA fostering open source hardware, it's a way to the Western civilization counterattack. It's a war. It's a tech Cold War. And we, from the tech area, we can see that clearly. And more recently, China is also designing AI chips. Because AI chips, they have a problem. They consume a lot of energy. And the goal is to design ultra-low power consumption AI. So, regarding open, and again I address some ideas that we are sharing with Professor Raul, we need to design open ecosystems for innovation. Why we need, from a public perspective, not from a private perspective? Because from a private perspective, companies are eager to capture value. That's it. In the end of the day, everything being done by the 3 biggest corporations in deep techs, I cannot mention the names, they use open source. But they capture the value, and they make hundreds of billions of dollars with this strategy. But particularly from a public perspective, we need to foster well-being, society well-being, and in these open frameworks, we need to guarantee freedom. Give freedom to researchers. They will answer back with innovation. Give freedom to researchers, and they will give you back innovation. I can tell the whole theory behind open software, that very briefly, that hippies from Woodstock, they start to become senior guys, respectful guys. So they bring the theory, the hippie theory, to technology. And they always mention 5 freedoms in software. The freedom to execute, the freedom to develop, the freedom to distribute, the freedom to copy, the freedom to give away. That is a particular scenario for software. But when we talk about innovation, we need to give some freedoms to researchers. And we have some paradoxes. How I can give a freedom to someone if I give him a monopoly to patents, for example? So that are things that we need to think about. I'm not against patents. I'm an engineer. I see a patent has a tool like a screw But the question is, how these tools can help the freedom and not block innovation?
Excellent. Well, I don't think there's any more questions, so I guess we could wrap up the panel at this point. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to the panelists for all of the excellent comments, and to the audience for the questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Now I'll pass it to Rafael Trapasso, my manager.
Thank you for the panel, and thank you, Michael, for the excellent moderation. It's very informal, you know. Churchill was already quoted in this meeting, you know, and perhaps I will quote him again, saying that this is not the end. is perhaps the end of the beginning, in the sense that it was for us an experiment to come here, because we never could come here before because there was COVID. So in a certain sense, it was a mystery, again, what we had found. And we found exactly the same things that we found in Stockholm, in Milan, in Rome, in Madrid. So the discussion now about the need to connect universities with society, with the economy, is something that everyone is engaging with. So it has become a global issue, okay? And we are a global actor at the OECD, trying to help countries improve what policies, and to better policies for better life is now our motto at the OECD. What we are not, especially after the 2007 crisis, to be honest, what we are not a paradigm. So there is no a solution. There is no something that we come along and say, you should do like this. So we are not like a medical doctor. Take this pill and you will... We are more like a psychologist, if you want. You know, we sit with you, we will listen to your problems, and we help you solve your own issues by saying, listen, there are other people that are facing what you are facing, and everyone is trying to find a solution to these problems. So, the point I want to make is that we are trying to gather communities like yours, universities, and their stakeholders, so the companies, the experiences, the startups, but also the social startups, also the local governments, especially the local governments, because it's not common for local governments to have structured relationship with universities. And the idea is to create something internationally that's called ECOL, Entrepreneurship, Education, Collaboration and Engagement, where we can, sit together, all these people, and try to generate a common glossary, so narratives that everyone can understand. Because the problem is that now universities are seen as innovators. I'm not sure they are, but many policy makers see, and social, and other partners, see universities as innovators. So they ask to deliver innovation. So there is metrics that have been created to measure innovation. But the problem is that universities are not designed to deliver innovation. You know? So there is a gap there. So there is an opportunity to transform higher education institutions into generators of processes related to innovation. Let's say that, okay? But the challenge, so this is an opportunity. The challenge is not to lose this possibility, because otherwise it will backfire, because society will say you are not delivering. You know? And even in the US there is this discussion, because we know that Stanford and MIT figured out how to do that, but it's alchemy. So they don't know what they did exactly to get there. Can we discover this alchemy, understand a bit how to tame serendipity? Perhaps we can. And COVID generated, among many disasters, generated the opportunity for us to open this window and say, okay, now is the time in which research might be connected more efficiently with innovation, because we need it. You know, we live in knowledge-intense societies, and we need to deliver on that. So let's go one step back. We hope to come back. We hope to have another opportunity to work with you, because for us this was, and Maria said already, this was an inspiring opportunity in which we have illustrated that you are facing similar problems, but we want to go a bit deeper in this discussion, and to go deeper we need to have other stakeholders involved into the process. So the regulators, the policymakers, you know, in order to understand what is the incentive system in which you operate, and try to say what are the changes there that should be put in place. Okay, so this will be more complete. Then there is another vision that we have, and that is that Latin America will be a perfect place to generate this university business forum, in which creating the opportunities for universities and businesses of different countries and local governments and other stakeholders to sit together and try to understand each other. It would be a regional application of ECOL, if you want, recognizing that there are peculiarities in Latin America that must be taken into account. And then, you know, the discussion is global. So what we hope to do is that you can connect with Europe, with Asia, that is an important partner. The semiconductor discussion is exactly the same in Europe. We have now a discussion with a network of regions that is called Vanguard Initiative, and they do smart specialization, and they want to work together to understand how their universities can help them to do semiconductor, bioeconomy, you know, all these sectors that are new, and they have to localize somewhere. So you need not only, you know, you need the skills at the local level, etc. And then, last point, entrepreneurship should not be isolated, you know. Sometimes business entrepreneur center, it's a way for us to innovate in teaching. This is what we want to do. It's a spoon to provide individuals with creativity. But you cannot teach creativity, you know. What do? You do pen, you know, color work or something like that. It's good for kids, but perhaps not for people, you know, a certain age. So I wanted to thank you for your attention. It has been a very intense morning session, so thank you for staying with us till the end. And I said, I hope to see you soon, yeah, in Europe or here or somewhere else in the world. Thank you very much.
Well, just as somebody from
the university, we're hosting the event, so I'd like to thank everybody for being here and say that you from OECD and IADB have an open invitation to visit us whenever you want. We should have lunch, and we should discuss further steps at lunch so that you can already start planning new events. Thank you all.